Objection! Welcome to the first stream of Ace Attorney Chronicles. I hope you're all excited for this, because I completely forgot about the game till literally a few seconds ago, so I hope you all enjoy this, and let's get started. Oh, it's only 2 games? Okay, it's fine. Let us begin.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation.
Welcome,
The
Linkley.
revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
He's dead, Jim.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Not Phoenix Wright. Episode 1. The Great Departure. November, 8:43 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicial Defendants, Arch Chamber. I still can't believe it. I can't believe this is happening. I can't believe it. Just beyond the doors is a quiet little chamber. The highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? Wait. Oh no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. My name is Rusuke Nahabu. I am the second-year student of Imperial Yumi University. 3 days ago, I found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident, and now here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. He's not obliged to listen to such an obscure officer. Who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes. Until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So hold your tongue. Just technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I stand, but I seem to know better than how the court works and officers should behave. Right, Rutsuke. Oh, yes, of course. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazumiya, I never meant to drag you into this, I'm sorry. Ha 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 ha! There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers the last few days. The Yumi University professor murdered in cold blood by a student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! Do you believe me? I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up, hold your head high. You mean, I believe in you, and you are innocent, Rutsuke. Katsuugi, my best friend, also the second year of university. But he's far more clever than I, a student in fact. He's a qualified lawyer, impressive considering he's still an undergraduate. Now then, that's not that impressive. I'm a very contempt of a lawyer of a few years old, but here in Japan anyway. My qualifications don't mean much yet. But But you said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kuruma, truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when it all started. Flashback. Congratulations, Kuruma. Looks like you're going to get your study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, the government leads have acknowledged my academic achievement in success in court. But you're representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you and proud as your friend. There's not a soul on earth would know Kazuma's name. A living legend. There's some mysterious aura billowing around this temple. I want to bring about change in our world's legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean and see the real thing with my own eyes. At the heart of the British Empire. I wish you could see it. I wish you could see it too. Then come with me. We have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's city, London, together. If only it was that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I better get going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place quite longer. Good idea. After all, not every day you get to visit a higher class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, partner. Straight after that, that's when it happened. Asogi, may I have a word? Who is it? Professor, you're coming here. Well, this case is professional significance to me, but I've never mind that now. Asogi, you should immediately to the judge's chambers. His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense of this trial is a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about the proceedings today as a result. Who is this man? I feel though I've seen him in the university before. I see. I'll go then at once. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Risque. See you in the courtroom. Yes, thank you, Kazuma. This is awkward. If I may? Yeah, sorry. You must be the defendant. Risque Noromoto, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Matsumoto. I'm a professor of forensic medicine in the Yuma University. Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma's studying abroad. As you told me, he met you and you are best friends. I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, I thought you would be granted permission to go study in Great Britain. However, if you should fail to defend you in trial today, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? As I suspected, you're unaware of this. I'm feeling that Sugi may have chosen not to tell you. He agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, the dream will be shattered. But I understand I don't want the government to do such a thing. The administration has chosen a large number of applicants overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favourable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear. I am not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there's a certain particularities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You also don't understand. Once the proceedings get underway. Nani? But what should I do? Well, actually, I'm not going to suggest you do anything lead to a conviction. Right. So, as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question for the defense. When that happens, you must answer for anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant. The court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our superior's decision has come cut short. So let me summarize. Kazumazuri must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as a defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? You'll be found guilty of failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. If this trial goes to go badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad will be over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, I have no idea what lies ahead, I embarked on an unforgettable trial. Slow zoom in. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial will decide my destiny. Here's I remember, 9 AM, Supreme Court of the District Courtroom 2. So this is the courtroom. The Supreme Court does well. No court in the land has more power. I don't mind looks so much as people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. Power that have the envy, and there'll be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But before now, you need to concentrate, Rusuke. It's about to begin. The court will now hear the trial of Reno Sunuga. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there's one point of order I'd like to confirm. Yesterday's evening, the defendants made a last-minute request to change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure defendant advocacy would be to decide 2 days prior to the trial. This is unusual circumstances. I must oblige to ask the final commission now. Who is advocating for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to be the defendant? Me. The question first is meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here before the defendant, I figured that I would... Yes. What is this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Rusuke Nobuto, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Rusuke? Professor Matsuri told me everything. Just now. Before the trial. He did what? He said your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. That means you don't have faith in me. You think I'll be able to get you off? No, that's not it, really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear the reason that you... Yes, I knew it's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Mr. Baker, you should have stuck your nose in. Very well. The court is hereby recognizes the defendant decided to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well. Has the accuser admitted defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is apparent. He can think it's big for himself. So is that right, Nabino-san? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly wasn't what I was thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's completely blank. Your eyes are in charge now, but still, don't look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before a Supreme Court, he must be a very pretended the most heinous crime indeed. As you're no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Justice of Japan. According to the very high standards of conduct here, we expect all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Nabino? Yes, Your Excellency. Therefore, my duty is to assess your competency for the task you've undertaken. My competency? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, questioning you more than I am. So, let's just start with very simple questions. Oh, yes. How do I state before the court the victim in this case? Well, that's easy enough. I heard his name one more times than I can remember. But, wait. I'm nervous, I can't remember that. What was it again? Rutsuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All relevant information can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of the E. If you ever find yourself forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. So I have to press E for the court record? Right. There's no time to lose. List of evidence collected with people instead of with E. Find details about the victims here. So you're done, press Z to go back. John hates Wilson. So remember, everything you do with the current case we found with the court record. Now you better not keep His Excellency waiting longer. Go on. Find the people section and press on. Press R to present.
Yes!
Yes! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember that name of an estimated member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was visiting Professor England. Dr. Wilson was visiting Professor of England, invited to Yuma University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why the case has such a profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. As of most, we are aware they just signed a new treaty together. After lengthy negotiations, there can't be anyone who heard of the earlier Japanese treaty of friendship and negotiation. And yet, in the delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman is spilled on our soil. You two are both undergraduates in the Imperial Yuma University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education! Have you no honor? But I didn't do it. The case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. Your forceful wishes a speedy resolution in this matter. In other words, our feasible government is scared of upsetting English policymakers. And you're a conveniently expendable scapegoat to blame on this for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities. It is. Exactly. Our government needs to convince someone quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, an Englishman. But nationalities cheaters won't make any difference from here for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, looks like the time. I'd best be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in this class tomorrow, partner. Oh no, he faded into it. He was a ghost. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man in the university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still. I should go say hello. So I went over to the professor's table. And himself to Dr. Wilson. Ah. Ellen, let me pose the next question to you, Defendant Nodo. Yes, your excellency. How did Professor of Medicine, Dr. Wilson, lose his life? Say before the court the cause of death. Cause of death. Obviously, Rensuke. Remember, everything is asserted in the back of evidence. Court records. Waha! Postmortem report. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. It was caused by loss of blood from gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Whoop. Oh wait, the space was the detail. So time first, shortly after 2 p.m. Single bullet fired close range. No exit wind did not pass through the body. Remember, the court record is assertion backed up by evidence. Evidence? Evidence, but how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death. The president now. Yes! Well... According to the court records, the victim suffered from hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile! This is a post-mortem report, I take it? Yes, sorry sir. That's right. Post-mortem report. In the West, doctors and corporals identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, the police officers merely inspect the body and draw conclusions that way. Oh, I see. So I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is so-called photographic print, the scene of the crime. You can surely discern the scorch marks around the bullet hole produced a powdered explosion. In other words, you should assume the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, Consul. The court will accept this is modern scientific evidence into the record. The photograph of the victim has been entered into the court record. So the photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. Clearly superior to a drawing. Your tale is incredible. Very well. I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better appraise the court with the fact of the case, the person hereby calls the first witness who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it then. I worked out with the professor had in mind. Professor? What do you mean, Microbrother? Yes, it's clearly there's defense lawyers today. Not me, but doesn't mean... Well, I can act as your assistant. Oh, of course. Well, he was speaking with me before and simply said, Cosmo must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in this, hasn't he? Maybe, but I can't help but give the word greatly appreciated, Cosmo. Well, my first piece of evidence is raining that crazy look of bewilderment and control your cold sweats. If only your reign of crazy headband could control the Cole says first. He does stand in hero win wherever he's facing. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course. My name is Sergio Haguesa. I'm the lead waiter at Western Star restaurant called La Caraval. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, really should. Everyone knows that the capital Southern Eastern Quarter has developed for foreigners visitors over the years. He's become very fashionable district now, full of hotels and accompaniments overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants. It occurred an accidental eatery 3 days ago. Understood. Mr. Huggerson, you kindly tell the court everything you can tell about the incident. I want, sir. No pretty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. No, presenting maybe Asbury? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have a few diners at that time of day. Lunchtime rush was over. There was only 3 tables that still occupied. That fits what my memory was too. Hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and culture. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried to the dining area to see what happened. Later I found the victim's English gentleman slumped in his chair. Standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was a cursed university student. Yes. Hold on. Let me clarify something here. While I picked up a gun that I found laying on the floor beside Fess I didn't shoot him. I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report and see saw, you amateur. But next time you interrupt in imperial time, you will be penalized, defendant Inhibitor. Don't worry, Risque. You have your chance to fight back. For now, we must quietly listen to the witness. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man you see over there in the court today. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around at the table with the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, did he just say there was no one else around the table? What's the matter, Rutsuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson said to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite of him on the table. Really? Yeah, there's not something in the way he could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? I definitely want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Rutsuke, if the finder tells you to study, therefore the kind man, you so diligently work it out, aren't you? I suppose I am. Never gone to university otherwise. But you can't just always follow the rules in life, you know? If you don't say something right now, you'll seriously regret it. You'll be found guilty. Alright, you've scared me. I won't forget the piece of evidence in a hurry. Now there's something I want to say. I'm just going to shut my eyes and say it. Yes! Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table. Objection! Dear me. What are we going to do with you? Your blatant disregard of the court proceedings. I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, a mere student, is not really a lawyer at all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Master-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of the event is hazy. No. The gentle deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. Actually, I have a rough plan of the restaurant of that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. Ah, the sketch of this gentleman. Lay out drawings for yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid they used the back of my business card. It's a trivial situation. However, you can see the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, it's clearly very considered waiter. Thank you, sir. Will the court take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence? Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan over to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something is surely shaking him. Business card added to the court record. So, now the court has heard the president of the case. Yes, since the mayor of the gunshot heard the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial that day. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Nobunaga? Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit guilt on this stage, the court will be willing to grant merciful upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in the terms of your individual punishment. I call this waiter unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I warn the defense, if you are determined to persuade the matters further in this trial, the prosecution has the false evidence from sworn witness who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think? What do you think I should do, Kazuma? Hey, Axamegi! Welcome! Yeah, I've finished Monster Hunter, so yeah, I'm now working on... I've moved on to these games, so yeah. So welcome and enjoy the streams and my terrible, terrible voice acting. What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty on one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty and stage some hope of lenient sentencing? Don't look at me like that. Everyone keeps telling me the same and unusual trial with particularities. You said it, Professor Motobaha said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I've said before, this is an outset. I believe you are innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing to throw away your trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then the defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove it innocent. That's whatever the means to be necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? You're going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet. Renosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We have invited the physician to stop making empty threats and bring out his witnesses. We'll see just how the false evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Unchi, please continue with your proceedings. Tisk! Well, you were warned. Some youngs to be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. Ugh. A few short moments from now, the dumbstruck mouth of yours will be silent forever. Prosecution calls the neck witness. Very well, officer. Bring forth the witness at once. Thank God I gave the judge a nice easy voice to do. Witnesses, kindly state your name and occupation for the court. Yes, sir. I am J. Napoleon Peregrine Asinoya, reporting for duty, sir. Well, I'm an employed fighter to financial iron articles of currency from efforts. Oh God, my God. Efforts, nation's Nippon. And my current trade is residing in humble premises in the 2nd district of Kabutsura, at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier. This is an unusual pairing. Both these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day of the question. We haven't even started the trial yet, Linkley. Mr. Diners at the table the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea in an exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon, and not infrequently convey to the interested parties, regardless of the curiosity which I make my business. I can't understand the word the old man is saying. He's an antique dealer. It sounds like he's a regular Lakifan. He seeks out potential customers he may have interested in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He's obviously a target customers because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. So, to be honest, the subject looks more like he's a seller rather than a buyer. Now, I point witnesses the precise moment of Mercer's associated accident. Basically, the main character has been accused of murder, and there's the defense, the prosecution, and the judge. So this is the prosecutioner. He's trying to prove my guilty. I'm trying to prove my innocent. We listen to stories, point out lies, and argue. That is correct. Affirmative! The generals of units seeking to attack the foreigner. That's what only described as an act of war, sir. The black man uniform rogue infantry over there. That's who unloaded the firearm, sir. This man is impossible to understand as the other. But I'm sure I heard strange stories during that last thing he said. So this is the decisive evidence. So this person here is you're the defendant. So you're trying to defend yourself. He's here to help you. He'll give you advice and tell you any information you need. Threatening. The soldier claims he actually saw the precise moment the gunshot with the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? No, honest, I feel uncomfortable from the start. Now, Cole will hear your foreign testimony, please. You'll say everything you saw. The precise moment the incident occurred. Yes, sir! Standing ready to report. Is that a baby cry? Pretty sure I heard a baby. He has a baby on his back, doesn't he? That fucking sash has got to have a baby on the back. I'm just savoring memory of the most afternoon. I think they're supposed to be have bad accents so you can't understand them. The witness's testimony. What the witness saw. I was adjusting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a technical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of particularly fine golden churros, the military gentleman. At the precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's action with my own eyes. The black uniform varsity cadets fired on the English civilian, and from the back, cowardly like weasel. I see the problem. I was on my hands and knees investigating whereabouts of my mystery. I told it serious curio. God, the old man talks terribly. I can't pronounce half the words in the accent. So Sergeant Nursner actually witnessed a vital moment? You saw the split second where the defendant fired the weapon on the victim? Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir! That wicked university cadet there, sir. Cruel and unforgivable enemy. He pulled out a fucking knife! It was that time we live in. An English gentleman may assembly the board against the day. But But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is it really true, Rensuke? Yes, I didn't. All I did was pick up the gun I saw lying on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and started drinking some coffee. And when I finished, I got up from my seat to leave, and there was the restaurant. When I noticed an Englishmade gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. Perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, bang! And the dirt is gone. Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. Someone needs to be the clue of what it was. There is? Rensuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now. As we have heard, Your Excellency, we have no room for debate in this testimony. These witnesses are defendant is clearly guilty. This brings the federal trial to sentence to justice. Certainly, just because the court has heard enough eliminates any vague of doubt. Therefore, it's my great duty to declare the verdict of this trial. Yes! What is the meaning of this outburst? I mean, the defense demands the right to cross-examination. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The hypnotic headband boys next door told you to do it. How pathetic. How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defense obviously has no experience. How could he possibly carry out a cross-examination? Objection! The defense asserts its right to cross-examination. Whether or not you think he is capable of it, this is irrelevant. Cosmo is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witness. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Rensuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witness statements. How? You don't fire the gun, which means the soldier said it has to be a lie. Well, yes, but just in case of proving it, the key is doing it within the evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present the ciphered evidence, disputes evidence proving the witness is lying. Now let's go, Rensuke. Don't let them beat you. Alright then. It's all or nothing. Cross-examination. What the witness saw. Oh, they didn't have the dots. Well, I was the first to the reef back of the old man. Myself, I was a stolen the virtues of piddly fine golden curios, the military gentleman. At the precise moment the firearm discharged, I observed me facts in my own eyes. The black widow and Friday Englishman, right in the back, cowardly lie.
Yes!
Yes! Puts his hand up like a nerd. Say something! What are you playing at, cadet? Let me move. Yeah, out of the way. What are you playing at, cadet? What's the meaning of this subordination? You're trusting award papers like my mustache. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. Tisk! What nonsense! What could this document possibly tell us we don't already know? Well, obviously, that I don't want to say it, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think it's before to doubt your Excellency. There's no place for an amateur student in the grand courtroom. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require explanation. You can be more plain. It's spelled out to spell it out would insult the court. Cosmo, what? What are you talking about? It appears, from a single glance at the post-mortem report presented by the defense, there's a clear discrepancy here. The sergeant's statement. What? The sergeant isn't a... Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was... The black uniformed shaded cadet fired an Englishman civilian, and from the back a cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir! I witnessed a crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir!
Yes!
Yes. But no, it can't be. Why not, cadet? Because... It's clearly stated in the post-mortem report, a fatal hemorrhage from political ballistic trauma, no exit wound bullet not passed through the body. The photograph printed victim clearly shows the same thing. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest! Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the cop shot the victim from behind. And that's obviously discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Oh, what the? Was that? Something just popped out from behind his back and pushed it back down again? Certainly. There's a clear discrepancy within the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were... Firmly fixated on my total stake, sir. What? The last testimony court heard proven that one thing beyond reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Lois Nair, did not see a defendant fire the gun at all. Ah! That's absurd! I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. Therefore, there's no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Ugh. Ah! It's been completely turned about in the mood of this trial, just from one discrepancy. This is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. The university cadet over there, pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
Yes! But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not, therefore I was too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Say, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure! Treasure? Indeed! Horse and Cobon! My prized coin! On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place it in my bosom pockets at the particular trinket is interested in my shop, risque. In the place of meeting Rich Diner, who take it from you. On the day of the scrutiny, it was the military man that I proffered my hotel treasure. Use normal words, old man, you're making it hard for me. Believe that it would purchase the rare finds. I did not, but presented the little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, there was no more. It simply vanished. The cobra vanished? Yes, hunting around under the table, I was, in case it mayhaps fallen there. And that's when it happened. So you heard the gunshot? You mean? Indeed. I did. I had the gun. Heard it not. Its gun only was finding my absolute own hunting treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. The limited day, the precious hydrocarbon was lost to me. No doubt, the unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed my prize coin himself. I am sure that everyone's president is aware. This case demands a swift, decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony his court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Uchi? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger in the front gates, but he will not find the wolf in the back. My witness has further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statement, it will become abundantly clear. There's only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. That's the equally despicable defendant, Ryusuke Nishiburo. What? He really seems to be displaying an opinion on you, doesn't he? Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. He will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegations. Is that clear? It is clear. As court glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir! One, sir! I'll be waiting signal to testify, sir! Excuse me. Is there something or someone peeking out from over your shoulder, I think? Affirmative! There's a new member of the Nosa family to rise up the ranks of the ranks, sir. His name is Adio. I've seen the straps of the sign of the sergeant being strapped to for the nanny. Adio, turn that! Your father is about to crowd the enemy. Learn to watch, my boy. Every character is like an insane, stupid, like caricature. It's like everyone is really crazy in some way. Even if I saw it wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, I almost saw the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was young lad in black. Much to myself did I see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed there was only one personnel present. Indeed, alone he was with the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, none other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out. I didn't see the hole in that one, actually. These testimonies are certainly compelling. Yes! Yes, they are compelling. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. There was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her. Objection! You call yourself a lawyer? You respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We're here to listen, not to your fantasies. It is evidence beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim are alone at the time of the incident. The prosecutor has perfect evidence of this fact. This photograph printed at the scene of the crime can tell. Indeed, the tent where the victim was dining has been taken immediately off by incident. You can plainly see there's only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court added new photograph evidence to the record. Photographic print has been recorded. A bottle of company water, the steak at the lunch can see in the victim's table. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But it's not true. I saw her. I swear I saw the woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain after time after all. With some things have just been heard, there's no room for doubt. We have very sensitive political times. As we all know, the ink is still fresh in that treaty with Great Britain. To think that technology will have contributed to the amity of the two great empires as an honor. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, sorry. It is not over yet. What? If what you say is true, there's something going on behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I didn't know, Kazuma. The defendant is entitled to cross-examine witnesses, but make it quick, understood? Tisk! Rules can be so unbending at times. The evidence I saw at the moment the firearm was charged is most the same thing.
Yes!
No, it's not the same thing at all. To start, I didn't fire the gun. We have difference of opinion on that. The opinion of the ununiformed officer versus a full-fledged cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, it's undeniable fact that I did blink. That's all. There you have it. Have what? 10 hut! The sound of the firearm rang in my ears very next moment. I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all. Don't you? Let's not forget the acquaintance dealers as well. Is that so, Mr. Kanata? Yes, pointing his gun at the foreman, he was a young man back there. That's what I did see.
Yes!
Yes, it may be true I was holding the gun at that point of the time, but I've told you already. I only picked up because I picked up off the floor. Well, obviously, as the culprit, the only way you could have explained it either way easily. I just had to finish drinking my coffee. I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor, Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. Exactly that moment, bang, and the dirt is gone. The gunshot rang from my ears. Full of events to be under control is life. Sorry? What do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated the testing of the predicament. Therefore, controversy. I failed to pick up the carbon from the floor, and did find myself in equally testing predicaments as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, I did see you, with the pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. Furthermore, the visual search specimen in time confirmed that you were the only person present.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else, Dr. Wilson says. There was a lady there.
Objection!
Objection! As you have seen, it pains the pain to point out time and time again. I feel grumbling, consolence in my ear. And yet, no one appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. There's only been more people dining at the time. Someone else could have noticed her. Unfortunately, it already appears past 2 PM when it happened. The quiet time at lunch and dinner is in any restaurant. I know, of course, the place would almost be empty. What did you expect? Certainly, she went either here or there in terms of time to eat. I wonder whether there's reason the victim was eating that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was? There's a found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Consul? It's a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem the victim had an appointment at the clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hotter clinic. Oh no, not Hotter! Oh god! Hotter returns! Hotter clinic? Yeah, so it indeed appeared to be done. Hotter is an insane doctor, an insane pervy doctor from the previous games that ignores you unless you have a hot girl with you. 19th of November, past noon at 1 PM. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. Explains he could be more simple. The prosecution feels no need to submit this evidence before there's really no bearing on the case. I wonder. What do you think, Reneske? Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request to interview the court record evidence you think would be useful. You should ask for the doctor's evidence? Yes, you want all the evidence you can get.
Yes!
Yes! I might ask if there's going to be added to the evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? Of course, I already heard the conclusive witness's testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention the victims met prior to this arrival, the restaurant has a concern. Objection! Whether or not they are concerned is up to us to decide. We've explored all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse perfectly valid requests for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will now grant the defendant's request. Tess! Youngsters these days, forever asserting their rights! The moment disturbing trend. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report to the evidence court records. That's something we're going to take a look at. New evidence is important in every case. Right, now we need the new clues. Let's take a look at that thing, shall we? Nope, wrong button. Evidence. Medical. I can't take a closer look at it. You're not in this one. I reckon these tables up the top here is going to be important for like where the actual table was set up. If it was here, might have been these two tables. Anyway, back. Problem right now is clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if you don't seem relevant at first. Right, I heard you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but the day after all is a festival already for you. Or perhaps you've forgotten that these witnesses' testimonies have no room left for doubt. Feel free to recite for your accused, Netsukan. Indeed, a lonely Englishman was dining all by himself.
Yes!
So you actually saw with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. The testimonies of the old man and the soldier, and the waiter all agree to the point. Isn't that interesting? And yet, let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements. As you can clearly be seen, there's only a single beef steak on the victim's table. A meal for one. No. The antique dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible they're all lying. But if so, then why? To be perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. For no one other than the Black Vindicator could have dispatched the Englishman over and out.
Yes!
I need more information. Why aren't you telling the truth? What did you say, cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. However, both of you have failed to see the professor's dining companion. It's just not possible. That's suspicious. They are not looking when I said that. Unfortunately for you, defendant Naruto, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, the one who testified the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He has said the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you're the sole proprietor of the Phantom Lady. But I. If such a woman are indeed present at the scene, the prosecutor demands they see some proof. If no such proof exists, the prosecutor demands no further mention of this Phantom Woman to be made. That's a blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Excellent work, Rizke. They've glimpsed of new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can see what it brings the discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let's just see if the medical report card you got before you. Oh, you mean like this? Yes. It's a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it a little more detail. How exactly? I tried to do it before, but you wouldn't let me, you asshole. Besides evidence here, magnifying glass. Sometimes you can examine. Press space so you can examine closer look at the piece of evidence in question. Use up and down the arrow keys. Ah, they have the 3D evidence in this game. To rotate the evidence in all directions, to examine it full of angles. We're using Wadasa. Wazda. Yes, I know. Let me do it now. You move the crosses around to hunt for clues you may have missed before. In crosshairs start to pulsate, press the spacebar to investigate further. So, partner, you should take a good look at that report card, since it's anything new to be learned by examining it more in detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use the arrow keys to find it. Okay, so it says Hutter Clinic in the medical report card. I hate clinics almost as much as I hate the hospitals and surgeries. They're all the same. When I was 5, I got caught a cold I never had in my life, and I remember not even it felt awful already. I'd had this hideous injection in my right arm. Ugh, I'll never forget it. I'll never forget it my whole life. Most people would give their right arms if they've only had one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this clinic is where they treat people with illness like that. Let's keep looking for clues. You don't want to miss anything. Watcha! What do we got here? Symbol and date. The dentist. The medical report was issued for some time ago. It was quite some ago. A record of long-term treatment. That's why the family doctor I can't imagine going to the doctor. I mean, not as long as I'm alive. I'm never consulting one. Well, if you're ever dead, there's no point. So you don't like doctors then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine and give you painful injections. And then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege. Or when you are the lowest, or you're lowest. Jesus Christ. You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less. From which the only cure is a better method. How do I get an achievement for that? Well, I bet you the corner. Flip the page open, asshole. Medical records. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, there's an entry for the day the person was killed. Extraction of molar was... Jesus Christ! Extraction of a molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so, just before the incident. He can't eat a steak if he's missing a tooth like that. The steak was not his. Perhaps they used laughing gas, the most modern practice of Western medicine pain relief. You ever heard about this anesthesia? Although I heard hard to believe that anything can actually stop you from feeling pain. Oh, there's a consultation note from the medical person as well. Seriously, no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure. All anesthetics wear off until all anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. The medical report has been updated in the court record. With this new information, meaning one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely! Oh yeah! So... Yes, I pointed for them. Furthermore... Present. Indeed, Lightning was dining all by himself. There's therefore no... Nope, he can't eat. And since he can't eat, that steak is not his. I pushed the wrong button. Let's try that again.
Yes!
Wait, the music didn't stop. So return to the fact of evidence. As far as I can tell, there's nothing untoward about this evidence. But that I presented the wrong evidence. I'm an idiot. Can't help that. It's my luck. So I can get 5 things wrong.
Yes!
I've already said all this. They take Steele out. The sergeant waited. Present a medical report.
Yes!
Got it. If the music stopped, I got it correct. Well, I think, what about this waltzing lad? Call yourself a liar? I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm accused. Renosuke. Everyone stumbles their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I see quite clearly the cross-examination you carried out. You just raised your hand straight up like that, like, purposefully. You knew exactly what your wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright. Thanks for the advice. Kurtsuga said, this is a medical report belonging to the victim. Ah, I see. And? I didn't see. What of it, boy? Comparing the witness to the report card to a witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, you've forgotten my words soon. Are you amateur? Sorry, what? You're not interrupting the court proceedings with your amateur's drivel? But, let's see if I can explain the word you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. afternoon the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whether it may not have been done before that in time is completely irrelevant. Grr. But that's, remember, Risuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no room to prolong this trial any further. The witness testimony this court has heard been clear and concise. The medical report has no bearing on this matter at all. There are simple reasons to that. There's no need to besides the pale-faced pulp. Oh, cut me off. Medical report has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that? What? What's that bird half petrified me, boy? Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hodder Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Must it mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim just had a tooth extracted. Nani? What's that now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what we're trying to say, cadet. He's under orders not to eat, so what? It's all written here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No! That can't! Kusuke-san! What about what? As you just heard, when he was killed, so it's not shortly after 2 p.m., Never could have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. There's more. You asserted the courtroom unwavering self-confidence. The victim would be dining alone. That can't possibly be the case. Grrr. Because the victim, as we know, just had her teeth extracted, experiencing difficulties with anesthesia. Oh, excellently done, partner.
Objection!
Objection! What? What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at the photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of the food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's very descriptive. That's the very something we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? Think it's fair to say the table is the restaurant's case have turned. Would you agree, Ryusuke? Yes, definitely. So just having undergone some dental surgery, the victim was able to eat. Which leaves a very crucial conundrum. Who in fact was eating a particular beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, that's me. Yes, doesn't it? Right, the answer to the question is going to be pivotal. The study of turning this trial around. So, show them what you're made of. Got it. So, person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been a yet unknown third party. And obviously, you can understand someone who's sitting with Professor's table. Objection! Will you not let us go, will you? There was no such person. Yes. There was, because I saw her. And when the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on the table. Therefore, the only conclusion is that there was somebody there eating it. We have strong evidence to support this assertion. Clearly, the witness testimonies are unreliable. The court decides to push through the ruling at this stage. We'll lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice to pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Kazuma, are you sane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them, the two witnesses on the stand. What? What are you talking about? You've demonstrated evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out the two of you deliberately lied, giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit? Murder? No! I need a drink. My throat hurts. Jesus Christ. Hold it! No. Negative. Oh, much better. There's no mention of this in a tactical meeting. Oh, just following orders. That's right. As the man says. You just say you never saw the gentlewoman, and then told us. Well, fuck. Oh. What? What did you just say, Kuskura-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders? Now hold on, lad. It was just, So you never saw the gentlewoman? Urgh. When you say the gentlewoman, do you mean... You saw the victim the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
Objection! What? What's the meaning of all this? The witness witnesses gave false statements? This is true. You pair. Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order! Order! Council! Explain what's going on here. Painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not! The prosecutor knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to keep your mouth shut? Well, that's classified. You prepared to be tried as a conspirator in this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Renosuke. Judging from the way they're acting to this, I'd say they're sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe that Chitsi has any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, with what kind of influence, there'd be some handful of possibilities. Could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? We can affirm that he's tried to silence our witnesses and continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever tried to make them keep the witnesses' mouths shut. Of course, we need evidence before we can make any firm accusations. Evidence provides whoever really did this wield the power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember we made progress... Have we made progress before? 4. Examine the piece of evidence more in detail to find new clues and result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, it's not the piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything, make sure nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that the witness has been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait! Your Excellency! I know about this, any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. Okay, let's see. Court record. Examine. It's my badge. Ah, it's a symbol of Human University. Every student wears this pin as a pride. Funny, most of the emblems either round or rectangular. This is a spark design, even though it doesn't really make any sense. Although, it does cause problems. Lots of students end up cutting their finger on their badges. How sharp are the fucking badges they're cutting themselves? Jesus Christ! What's the idea if someone found a sharp pain for their mind, sharp something? Rip. Additional seat number engraved from the back, yeah. If you lose your pin, you won't accept you as a Yumi student for university. No Yumi not coming in, they say. Of course, you can get a new pin made if you just tell them your number. I've actually lost mine twice already, but I still don't know my student number by heart. I've always said to myself, I must make it right down, must make it down somewhere. But then I forget that too. Always look at the badge. Nothing new here. His badge is missing. Is the steak not eaten yet? This is a plan of response phrase, and there was questions, I think. Definitely! Supposed to show the relative position of everything in the room at the following incident. But there's nothing to show the woman you say saw there. Exactly! Nothing at all. Look in the left, says kitchen. Oh yes. Whatever. No one uses a computer catch in the right kitchen, especially when they're in a hurry. You mean, you remember those characters yourself, don't you? Bloody hard to Renosuke. What do we got here? Well, that's unexpected. What is it? Look, you see it says written witness's name here? Shuno Hokusa. My business can't tend to show the person's name. What's sort of the point? Not the name it's expected. It's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Seto Horigasa? Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau? Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. They're wielding something here now. Okay, so it was a police cover-up. What else we got? don't see anything else here that could be important. What's it to say about this? Well, Your Excellency, no time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first thing that comes to my head. Prosecution, there's only one person that the street influence manipulate the witnesses is. I think it was this guy.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Shotoga Hogasa-san. Hogasa-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Attention!
Poppycock! What possible reason could the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that he's a head waiter, he could not possibly have led influence. For once, I would agree with you. If that is, the man truly was a orator. What if he truly were? Come on, Rosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Zuma Hasuke's real identity is proven by this evidence.
Yes!
Plan for the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I could show a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure if I include anything. So, Your Excellency, the back of the card. It's the back of the card is the interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps you should have said the front. Yes, the front and the back of the front of the back of the card. That's where telling me the detail is. Flip it over, nerd. Can someone please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? I just get the first start of his business card. The front of the business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession. What is profession? That's surely... Good goodness gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I have heard mention of this before. Why haven't I heard mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses, you understand. Is the fact the waiter gave you your orders, was you told not to mention he'd seen the foreign gentleman at the scene? Well... Hold it. It's gonna be the waiter. Inspector Hognessa? I was worried some of this might happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch to the evidence, I realized that it was a possibility. The court will now take the plans and the record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to officer once. Oh, of course. Here you are. I remember now. He acted strangely when the judge asked him to hand over the business card. I strive to carry out all my investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But yet, I've been distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say, you really are a detective? But why would the detective be working in a restaurant as a waiter? Of course! You're a silly man, I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes. There've been a series of incidents in restaurants lately. Notice if I decided to get a job there as a waiter working undercover. Incidents of restaurants. What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can say categorically that they're unrelated to the case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hogasa, but you will be elaborate on the one point for this court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses besides you. At the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present in the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would have been aware of this person's presence, having served the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I'm led to assume that in your personal capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. How much blood is on that napkin by now? Jesus Christ. Must be like drowned in blood. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what happened. The victim slumped in his chair. Beside him, in hand, he stood the cursed student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, who I guess had been an Englishwoman. But the truth comes out. He immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then I received special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was concealed. They were my orders, but the Englishwoman was the killer. I think that'll be everyone's best decision not to pursue that idea. The Empire views a friendly terms with its relationship with Britain as highly in anything else at the moment. An Englishwoman has been murdered. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as a primary suspect. Well, without evidence, that would be completely out of question. So the reason for the disappearance of the phantom woman in this case, but it's not right. Can I borrow that towel? I'm sweating. This has gone balls up. One possibly does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? The university currently are hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. I'm fairly certain one of them students studying in the medical facility research laboratory is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see that you've chosen the candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the one from the scene of the crime, I thought it was prudent to check her identity first. The court demands you to name this lady questioned once, Inspector. The Englishwoman is sitting at the University Professor's table at the certain Miss Jezeline Barrett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yuma University Medical Facility. What? What's happening here? I admit that under circumstances of the police bureau, I have raised all evidence of the lady present at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in the testimonies. It must now be upon your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by particularly critical premises. Namely, the victim was dining alone. However, we've now discovered the premise is false. It would be the assertion of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point. But, Your Excellency, that would be missing the new deadline for ruling or in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Your own government will surely be displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country of any other influences proceedings in my courtroom. Ah! Inspector Hosanga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Jezebel Barrett and escort her to the courtroom in the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But this means you'll be going against all the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So that won't be a problem? Nothing will get me, nothing will get in my way. Call will adjourn briefly. President, you may call the English student Jezebel Barrett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes! Yes, Your Excellency! Good. You have 30 minutes recess before reconvening. 30 minutes to go out and find that lady, like just... The Davy just sprints out down the street like trying to find her, just running, knocking people over. Like, 30 minutes to find this lady and there's no transportation in this world. Wow, there's a lot of save games in this game. Jesus Christ, I don't only give you one. (22nd of November, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court just... Oh god, such a long goddamn name. Excellent work, Krasnosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. That was unbelievable. I mean, looking at you there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes were popping, your knees were knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight. Before I knew it, you had started finding inconsistencies in their testimonies. I think it might be a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it. It's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see inside a courtroom again. Anyway, looks like you've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Jezeline Barrett, the student of Great Britain, is she? I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. You were the young woman with him, and I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might be overconfident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation is one of the things I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to your decisive evidence, you hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun laying on the floor. Just have to bend down and pick it up. Bang. I don't see the time to think about the sounds where a gunshot came from. The boys ran over looking white as a sheep and bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast taking by the detectives, I apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shunned to a pantry, I have no idea what happened outside the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Merkatbach. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have you say. Yes, it seems he planned for almost from the start. My tea has arrived. I accidentally minimized the game. Haha. Probably need this tea because my throat is killing me. This seems planned from it all seems planned from the start. You arranged things will be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. A modern country filled with infantry. Our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I want to avoid a situation that may have resulted in our study tour of Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What are you talking about, Kazuma? So that just stands. I was afraid you feel that way. Kazuma? Well then, looks like all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier in the morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. You're probably aware Dr. Johnson was a visiting professor at Yumi. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, we're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor of Great Britain. Well, no, that's one thing. Actually, our government is looking to identify the culprit as quickly as possible. But don't forget, we're going up against the gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. So I have no doubt the pair of you will put up a good fight, at least to the last. But best of luck. Thank you. Now then, I need you to run an errand for me at the university at once. Something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-san. Oh no, she's a ghost. She faded into nothing. Defendant Naruto. Court race is over. Make your way back into the room at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's get the real things so I have to blow. And hold those fossils to what hit them. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said anything believing me, then I'm fairly sure I've already been found guilty by now. Look, I've had faith in you. As a lawyer, as a friend, coming from you, that's all it means a lot. If I'm guilty in this trial, if I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad? What kind of true friend he is? It just isn't my battle anymore. If we're up against, we can't afford to lose. I'll save the thanks. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can trust me. You can treat me to one of those sticky meals I like from Yumi cafeteria over the University Street. Extra large portion, of course. (12:09 p.m.) The court was 1 minute late. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryusuke Nobuto. Prosecutor Archie, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency. Against all odds. And thanks to a certain young strapling, the prosecution is now under the rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. It's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think of nothing to worry about when the newly treat breaks down and our nation's founders? Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between nations is really so fragile, then the treaty wasn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryusuke. What do you mean? The secret trial, anxiety over the foreign government's opinions, the bludgeoning of investigation, the missing witnesses. This is our nation's justice system, it is. Justice with court Japan, not England. Shut up! Shut up! You jumped up, rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing. Nothing of the situation that nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves to the great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what secures our futures. I won't deny that, sir. I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and no one could possibly arguably study harder too. But what stands here now as our Supreme Court is the one thing that feels very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice is a system that could not future at all. Thank you so much for the raid, Quay McFly. Thank you so much. Well said, Ryusuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror, you little brats! Thank you, Council. The pinnacle of the nation's justice system, the anxiety solely persistent with truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. Visiting student from the Great Britain, Miss Jezebel Barrett. Yes! Yes, Your Excellency! She's got a swan on her head. Ooh, fancy music. Wow, what a delightful welcome to such fine gentlewomen to Japan, and such a distant land. Tea? Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussion take place without tea. Is that true? No idea. So, would you possibly tell us your state, say your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Not you, genius. I've been working undercover as head waiter for the Veil for lottery. Yes, we know about you already. Inspector Hosen, where are your manners? In English, it always says ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are one thing you are sure of. Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description of the amazing sight was simply a woman. Surely, Ryusuke, your powers of observation aside, your power of description is surely lacking. Guilty. Sorry, dear lady. Once again, would you be so much trouble with your name and occupation, please? Just covering her face. Scribbly squabbly squiggly squook. She can't speak Japanese. I'm very sorry, dear lady, but what? Yes. He will never lose a game of spot protagonist. The lady says her name is Jezebel Jeanette. She comes from London, England. She is visiting research student, currently enrolled in Newman University as a medical facility. Oh my! It's a rare treat to hear those delicate tones from delightful young British people. I'm afraid I don't understand the word you said, but it was a beautiful and humbling song. As far as I can tell. The detective is translating the word faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. Ha, you obviously do fine in English, Kazuma. Your English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention to your English classes, Ryusuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if you may trouble if you come something, Miss Barrett. 3 days ago, at the restaurant called La Chevelle, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining out the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is this correct? She says, yes. This could take some time. Even though she's studying in Japan, she can't speak Japanese easily? She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says she was due to make a presentation at the university and she had to leave immediately. Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind to cast your eyes upon this photographic print? He's dead, Jim. Seeing you were unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator of this perhaps? Apparently, it was a very frightening, a sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it appeared that the lady would be the witness to the crime. The very moment the accused, standing right here in the courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Order in the court. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? We have an absolute conclusive witness at the statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Don't hold your sword and look at me like that and I just got accused. Unfortunately, we'll have to ask you formally to testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court exactly the nature of the frightening, sorrowful sight you described. Please just be all scribbles. Come on, just be all scribbles. Do it, game. Do the scribbles. I'd arranged to meet. We had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. Hey, little Mac, welcome. The professor was unable to eat. I ordered myself a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and then they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I do not carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. I hope your new house is all good for ya.
Yes!
No, I don't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, black-hearted blackguard! And you took a Snow White angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine those words in the court would be going to be believed. You're still making the same mistakes, Inosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're being goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. It's so annoying. Of course, the scene as well. I took statement from the lady and the two witnesses who testified before. I all brought back to the bureau. It was I who decided that Miss Barrett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimony of these last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, it seems so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, nowhere at a person could she conceal a firearm. I think she could be hiding a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location of where the witness could have hidden the weapon can be shown, the point is mute. There's no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those witnesses' own words are the matter. Ridiculous. If only it allowed me to lift up her dress like a God damn it, man. Don't think about doing anything rash, Inosuke. But I didn't fire a gun, I picked it up. I'm playing this on PC, so I don't have my friend code on me. Send me a direct message through Twitch and I'll send it to you. Or join my Discord, it's on there. You're right about that, which means the lady's hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, we have to prove it now. And to do so, we need to pull her testimony apart. She's grinning like a bitch. Bitch. The bench is now cross-examining the witness. Oh, yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Excellency. Cross-examination. Begin. A fighting and sorrowful sight. I had arranged to meet the Siley luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day.
Yes!
After 2 p.m., in fact. That really quite late luncheon, isn't it?
Attention!
You don't keep up with the latest fashion from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are in vogue. Isn't that right? No. Ah! A decisive English no is quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research lab, it seems. So apparently, the daily occurrence where they would have lunch together. Well, during question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which can prove from the medical report card we submitted evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Barrett and the victim lunched following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, it makes perfect sense. Such a wonderful logic! That shining example of English intelligence, the great this fine gentlewoman is. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered myself a beef steak.
Yes!
Was unable to eat, you say? That was because he just teeth removed at the Hutter Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Miss Barrett is aware of this fact? It seems so, yes. She heard the professor have some dental treatment. So that would mean it was you who ate the pictured steak. Is that right, Miss Barrett? That is right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly how it was left after horrifying events. Exactly, it was left. Dear me, what a harrowing experience! To have travelled to the distant land on the far side of the world and embroiled in such a tragic incident. I have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I'll crush the evil fiend who subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes. The professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. But it appears that diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. Each raised a glass of carbonated water? What do you think, Renosuke? About the witness's last statement. It's very meaningful, because he can only have still water. The last statement of yours, Miss Barrett, is profound bearing on this case. Well, how fascinating. Do tell us what is profound bearing, His eyes are searching for the answer in his brain. Look at his eyes go. The significance of the statement will become apparent once the time is right. The defender calls for the witness the last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well, sidestep cancel. Judge, very well. Miss Barrett, please kindly repeat what you've just said and add to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, customer. I'm going to remember this one. Which one? The significance of becoming apparent that the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I hope there's some more useful tips you pick it up from this little experience than that, Renosuke. I ordered beef steak myself, and the professor and I cheers for the glass accommodated. No, you did not! Because if we look at the picture, there is only one glass. Objection.
Yes!
You bitch. Gotcha. That's it. This one. Let me just confirm something, please. So, what to do with this photographic print? A short while ago, you spoke to the prince showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That was exactly how it was left. Yes, that is correct. That's what the lady says. Well, that's, it's odd. Very odd. Dear me. What's the offense inability to express itself? Benuske, the print looks odd to you. Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Barrett told us she was professing cheers over the glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah, whoa. That's quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass in the picture here. We're supposed to be impressed by this little nitpicking over millites. What possible difference the presence of absence of a glass make on one's case? A minute, you say? Minute. Could be that the detective here removed the glass from the table with concealed lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. There should be 2 glasses on the table. Are you saying you tried to kill me? You can clink only 1 glass? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady just say? You've seen that the Miss Barrett who took the glass from the table. What? You're so terrifying anything thought that happened. She panicked and thought it would be trying to hide the fact that she'd been there at all. She's saying, "Goodness gracious!" Sorry. There! As I showed you call before, there's no consequences at all. Oh please. We must remember, the student had just murdered this young lady in the luncheon companion, before her very eyes. You could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray. That's absurd. Oh really? So do we take it that you're now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, beautiful woman of mischief? What? No, that can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. Oh, Linkley. The first case is always the shortest of the cases. But there's other cases that have investigations and that, so you tend to walk around and look for stuff. You see that it slipped into the small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handbag, perhaps commonly known to do well women in English. The briefing ladies are very gracious to explain how he was removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that the glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to cause confusion to the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. More pretentious accusations have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady is offering satisfactory explanation on this, why she removed the glass. I think henceforth we consider the matter of no bearing on this case. Cancel for the defense, do you know an agreement? Well, I don't know really. To prove the matter further, you're going to need to show that there's some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in a handbag? There's deeper significance there, isn't there? The handbag can have a gun in it! Wait, did they put a glass in handbag, you say? Yes, you're trying to keep up. I've already explained this to the court when all English gentlemen carry handbags from small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Bailey stated the following. There was no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But she forgot to mention Her handbag, which was a perfect place to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating? You vile blackguard! It's really very simple. The gunshot we heard was the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. She didn't fire that gun. We can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. A true murder weapon, if you will. You can't be seriously suggesting... Inspector Hosoga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Jezebel for the handbag the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, or one actually that took the kill of the professor, could have been Miss Parrott's handbag. No! Order, order, order! What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Anchi? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag to show you the contents at the time? You think thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Glowing hair, it glows. Once it's animated, it'll actually be like streaming down. Brilliant work, partner. You have the chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Probably don't need to do that, he's coughing in game. Well, that's a sorry situation. Why are you bleeding a lot as well? You certainly have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary? In what way? I'll have to think the student lawyer, really. Dramatic music is starting. Not good for me. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. I photographed the print. The handbag is see-through. Oh, what's that burn mark on... Wait. I already see the burn mark on the hand, and that's the same mark that's on the dinner plate. Even if I got to be prudent to the shooting. As you can see, you can clearly show it's Miss Barrett's handbag. Wow, I never. You see right through what's inside. That's right. Apparently, the mesh bag works like the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there's no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, I would have been immediately obvious. Ugh. So you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Barrett's guilt here. There you help me prove that, Naruto-san. Ah! Order, order. Inspector Hoga-san, will you submit the print evidence at once? Certainly, Your Excellency. Photograph of the handbag has been printed and entered the courtroom records. Think we've learned enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel? Whoop. Let's take a little sneak peek at this. What's important is this. See this bull here? If you go back to the dining room table, you can see the same mark on the steak. It means he was sitting in this seat. Because he burned himself on that. But that doesn't make any sense, which means there's something else going on here. I think I've learned enough to convince witness. Because now been shown considerable evidence. The photographic print is just submitted to the court records. There appears to be no further significance. And so the fighter no longer room for doubt in this matter. I must make my ruling. Indeed. It's only a logical conclusion. Pedic looked at something over the bench there. Say, possible predator of this crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. This whole situation is must be at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Yorisuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the child to continue. What? You mean... this is it? I must say, you put up quite the fight, little for a rookie student, but a weak as meat, stronger than eat. You're wasting your time. There's no way to defend the defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on your heart's content from inside your jail cell. It can't be happening. I really got found guilty of a crime I didn't commit. And Kazuma, he dreamed of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance now of turning things trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph detective we can contest, which means there's no basis on which you can argue the trial can continue. Very well. And now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we're able to report the British government on time after all. That smug little... Let's go, Naruto. Having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby find you... Wait, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule in this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurness is getting traditious. When His Excellency deems the trial's over, he gives his ruling. With the most pressing particle of the courtroom. Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. The photograph print submitted to PS have no further significance. There's no longer any room for doubt in the matter. I must make my ruling. Now that this means there's no problem with the evidence, there's some specific detail I mean. The ruling in this case, at this time, would be out of the question.
Objection!
That's a blatant stalk cartoon. Look at this photographic print. It all shows the handbag and gentlewoman was carrying the day of the question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objections to the counsel. Certainly, new evidence submitted, Detective Mentos undergone court scrutiny. However, I fail to see how gleaming any new evidence in this handbag. Ha! That's my thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of the rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, desperate wheezes ain't wheezes. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well. I'll grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned, if I'm unsatisfied with your response, it will be over with immediate effects. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, let's take a look at this photographic print, Inspector. It's been before. You identify which front print details you have eluded. Over now. Boop.
Yes!
Look at this. Here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It's like almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me. I was planning what new pinnacle would come out of this. A burn, you say? On the victim's wrist? Surely has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing his postmortem explanation. It was deemed to be unrelated to the case of cause of death, so you didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? Excellent. In any case, we have no idea what the victim suffered this burn, do we? No possible way of knowing either. I know. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, positive expertise points out, unless a firm connection is shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on this proceedings detail of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. I see Miss Barrett has lunch up at the moment, and the Dean of the other university staff. She would like to know if you may be excused from the train now. Oh, of course, dear lady. She hadn't hold up. You shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What do you think's going on with this, Ronosuke? Do you believe that Byrne does something to do with this case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if it doesn't keep pushing it, then it's all over. So I was thinking about keeping digging and digging. I hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am. If you can't just willing to burn in that case, we do that. You might be able to praise this shutting back door open again. Just give it up, Council. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed. I'm afraid without evidence, we cannot allow you to proceed to even more conjecture. If we had evidence that individually links the burn to the victim's wrist and linked to the case, then will you allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed the burn. Well, as soon as you pointed out what I did notice, the colour draining from Miss Barrett's face. Really? I have to find something else between the burn and the case. A moment of truth. How to find evidence that proves the really burn means. So then, I'm going to now present the evidence to the court. Evidence that demonstrates the exact connection between the burn victim and the trial. This one.
Yes!
This is the council. Yet another print? Your Excellency, I believe this photographic print's amazing inventions. We humans take a look at the scene, we miss things. But the photograph things may have overlooked at the time, but recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Rocky! You're trying to say. No inconvenience your poor lady any further. Don't inconvenience lady any further. You're being inexcusable. Actually, I would mean to stay this with a little longer. Do you mind, Miss Barrett? You see, it's very clear and visible in this other photograph how the victim came to have that unusual shaped burn on his wrist. The reason in order recorded furthermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluff, boy! If this is your game, let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. This is a photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn. Boop.
Yes!
The beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the beefsteak was served on. The plate? Ah! Oh! Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, the emblem on the plate, I wanted to guess the same sort of trademark as left valve. Ah. The emblem on the plate, and the victim's burn, are exactly the same shape. Ronosuke, you're a genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But if that's the case, we can't know what happened the day of the question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that, almost like it happened the same other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, prosecutor Achi, chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosoka? Imagine having Miss Shabazaster, certainly. But! You would say, looking at the picture of the wound, It wasn't very long ago, and although it's a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined. The fence is pointed out. There's no mild burn, for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was around 90 degrees centigrade, apparently that would have taken around 3 seconds. Inconceivable the victim would let a scream of pain then. I've been investigating the restaurant for several weeks already and have not heard anyone scream at all. As head of one of the crowd, I can testify that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
There you have it. Isn't right here. A detective said, anyone burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for a whole 3 seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. Yet the inspector had never heard of a scream, not on that day or any day before it. That's right. Strange things were escaped. On the day he was shot, I don't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? He was already dead. Well, Professor carelessly laid his wrist on the plate thing for 3 seconds that day. Beyond careless, I think, counsel. The rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and all of acquaintances here, all of us would have, without question, have heard him scream. Don't you agree, Professor N.G.? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wellison scream? I almost don't believe it, Renosuke. Do you think... Can it really be true? I never dreamt of arriving at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of that makes sense of this, the apparent impossibility. On the day of the question, he suffered a burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson. No man could remain silent with his wrist being burned or piping hot plate for a whole 3 seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from one particular situation. Counsel, what are you suggesting? Yes, then the possibility? The man is already dead. What? Already dead? Knowing that we know now is the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! Order, please! Counsel, explain the absurd notion at once! The victim was killed by a gunshot! That's right! It's absolutely right, Your Excellency! This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts!
Objection!
No, Professor Uchi, it is as you had no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered a burn while in the restaurant, our case turned upside down. Or you have not grasped that yet. Your Excellency, the court must hear from the witness again. If this true, we now believe that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. It's highly likely that Miss Barrett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly did not anticipate the twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Barrett, you'll have to forget your luncheon engagement. But, Your Excellency! She's gonna start talking now, isn't she? The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but I rest assure you, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I can prepare to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What's with that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help, especially if it helps relations between our countries and yours. Ah, Miss Barrett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I'm studying your country after all. But then, why have you been speaking through the inspector until now? My mother's tongue, the Queen of English, is the most refined English language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking your vulgar tones and such as possible. What a bitch! It seems the men in this land are none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen, so I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Oh, well... As the time of the true English woman, we are truly honoured by this. This lavish consideration of a generosity affords us. I see. In that case, Miss Barrett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So we're finally going to hear from our own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Renosuke. Actually a pretty long first trial. Normally the first trial is about an hour or two long, but I've gone for almost 3 hours. Unfortunately, I have no idea how the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought me my steak, the professor and I raised a glass to toast. And thus far, the postmortem has showed no other possible cause of death besides bleeding from the gunshot. If there's something other way a man's life could have been taken without leaving a trace, please, do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably won't pick up on it anyways. She poisoned the bitch! Most captivating, beautiful testimony will go down in Supreme Court history, thank you. Easy does it. After the last time I'll have to sully my lips with your coarse tones and unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I hope I have not insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. We would like to merely hear your speaking, dear lady. And of course it seems clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of victim burns is utterly irrelevant. I will speak to your country's Minister of Justice about what's happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully student be given the hardest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? Thanks? Wait, was that a prayer then? You have to forgive my irritation, Miss Barrett, and put up a cross-examination now. I bet you have noticed that little bully student, or as has put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this is be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness ceremony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. Victim's death. Unfortunately, I have no idea how the poor man burnt his wrist like that.
Yes!
But his hand was searing hot plate at least 3 whole seconds. You can have not noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since you arrived in this courtroom, even still now, the fly on those unsullied black trousers of yours has been wide open. You cannot have not noticed, can you? Hmm? Ah! Ah! This one, ah. Oh, what fun. I hadn't realized. Dear lady, you're absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Risque. What do you tell me? Dr. Wilson's true English gentleman. He shows an honourable silence over that vulgar screaming. You get your tiny brain means such things. Ah yes, I think my tiny brain can. She's insulting you, dude. Well, I can't. Anyway. When the waiter brought me my steak, Professor and I raised a glass and toast.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember. Which explains the order to drink, correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although... Whether or not the person actually drank any of the water when I delivered to them, steak at the table. I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. Ah, that's fair enough. I have enough English to understand that at least. For the benefit of the others, court. I meant it means bless you. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway. My father's had the postmortem report showed no possible cause of death besides gunshot. Yeah, she poisoned him with the glass and tried to take the glass and leave.
Yes!
Yes, it was written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And with no other sites of trauma on the victim's body, indicates something caused the death. Gotta be a bullet from your gun that put the end of the innocent man's life. It doesn't make sense. But it must happen straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table in the waiter. Yes, that's true. If you could even slightly, you would have been able to make burn like that. And if the victim burnt on his wrist with hot plate as soon as it was brought in the kitchen, they must have already been dead at that point. And yet, the fact that the victim is still killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show court evidence to disprove this, you completely waste of time. I concur. President is right. Ah. There's some other way to means like taking without leaving a trace. Please show me.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace. If someone's shot, strangled, stabbed, or thrown from their height, however the person's life is taken, there's always a telltale sign they trace on the bodies. Quite right, dear lady. And our police officers thoroughly examined the body of the deceased. There can be no doubt. It isn't right, Inspector Herminger. As I've said, I'm always aiming for forced investigation. If physical traces of all the cause of the death, is that true? Maybe there was some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave any marks. If, heaven forbid you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think Professor died lost his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh, perish the thought. Calling such a sweet young lady innocent into question. On my honor, I take a seat, Archie. Will cut down any who dare to cast a suspicion. I think you're killing someone that leaves no trace. I need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. But of course, this country's in free investigation, then these probably wouldn't pick up on it anyways.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? Land of Great British Empire, please store everything found crime scenes for later examination. But in this country, the investigation once had its end of it, isn't that so? Quite right. Likewise, every business as usual today. Just another day, another incident. Exactly. Which means evidence if the investigation is taking a different direction. Follow evidence. Oh, he reacted to that. Doesn't seem to occur very negative. So that word bubble means he has something to say. I'm trying to be tactful about this as I can, you understand? Ah, such a killer blow, lady. Formal and yet she is beautiful. Amazing. She actually admitted to our police to be flawed, perhaps President Tony finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Mr. I just said. As I remember before, when something didn't quite seem right. What do you think, Renosuke? I think something's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected. She is a tough witness. I need to find a way to break her testimony, or cross-examination would be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. This would be the last game plan and the add to the courtroom scenes, which is interrupting. The detective thought of something as she was talking, so I can interrupt her and ask what he was thinking. Kazuma. What, Renosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something been bothering me. Bothering you? What do you mean? Bothering you mean about Mr. Barrett? Actually, no. About the person sitting next to her. Inspector Hogusa. The detective? Yes. He seems to react a little strangely with Miss Barrett's last statement. I wonder if I might be significant. It might be a present opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then, I wonder what Kazuma is thinking. I'll find this soon enough. Miss Barrett's on the last statement again. Unfortunately, I have no evidence. Nope. You.
Yes!
Control this.
Wait.
Yes, there it is again. Detective reaction just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Barrett as their interpreter. But I think things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishman had to say. This is a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, they'll find that often they let their guard down. You're right, look at him. He's lost his own thoughts. It's time. Pursue the man to the train of thought. Sorry? Sir? I'll explain through now. I saw with the winner's marker. What marker? There it is. At the moment, it's focused on Miss Barrett, who is the person actually taking credit to me. By moving the screen marker left and right, A and D, you can turn the attention to the other side. While looking at the other person witnesses, you'll be able to pursue the space. You can catch a person at the right time, you might be able to uncover new information, pursue. If you ever notice strange atmosphere against people stand, take a good look around. Alright then, we should move the marker across to press A and D to focus on the detective. Then pursue him with space. What nonsense, another person's like, what nonsense are you talking about over there? Talk about crazy stuff. Exactly. It means that assertion, different direction. Vital evidence may be lost. Pushing D.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Yeah! What the? What is the meaning of this? He was poisoned a while ago, wasn't he? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really lost in his thoughts. Deeply. It looks like you're thinking the same something now, Inspector. Have you heard something the lady said to say? Something I'd like to say, please, share with the court.
Objection!
What's the meaning of all this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. You can't fault her testimony. The cross-examination should be over immediately. Is that how it works? Absolutely not. Huh? The detective is on the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact he's immediately involved in the case. Inspector Hogusa. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement you just made now, Miss Barrett? Well, yes. If you don't mind, I'd like to speak. She's pissed now. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not modern as these used in Great Britain. Which is why I, social haggatha, always strive to make everything best edition and am involved with flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. Not to mention everything I can afford from the scene of the crime, preventing evidence to see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene theft. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. He stole evidence. A crime scene theft. Well, looks like the lady's remarks touched the nerve there. Take this for example. Is that? There's a bottle of carbonated water. He drank from it and now he's bleeding because he's been poisoned by it because he's a fucking idiot. Well, that's lost all its fizz. I've got it opened up 3 days now. But it was carbonated. I don't care what anyone else says. I don't have that in my inventory yet. One day our police officers are forced among the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. In that case, I cannot condone the witness's action, but I do understand the statement. We'll accept the glass bottle of water as in the evidence. I gotta examine that thing. Nope. $5 says it's still water. Label in here is foreign language. I don't recognize. You know what it says, customer? I think it's in French. Maybe very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? Well, that's what I was asking. No, then go to France and ask. You could just say what you don't know. This carbonated water unless we gave it a tad. No, there's a little left in the bottle. Although it's just plain water now. You know, don't be worrying so much. I actually parched. You just have to sip. No, Renosuke. You can't do that. For one thing, this is evidence. You can't drink the evidence. Oh no, you're right. I don't know what else might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Renosuke. More ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've cried all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked out something out. An interesting possibility. Okay, I got what I needed. Miss Barrett? Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that? What's that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, Kinsil. You may resume your cross-examination. An inspector will kindly control his behavior. Fortunately, I have no idea what the event of that. We bought the words exactly where's the glasses in toast. After far as I said. I actually don't know which one. It's either this one or this one. I'll press this one first.
Yes.
Okay, I can look for more deviations. I've already been through this, so I'll just quickly skip through this bit.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I have the. That's the one.
Yes.
Got it. Music stopped. Music got it correct. Haha. What is this? A bottle of water? Actually, there's one method of killing something without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of the death, we know Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Oh, look at that reaction. Could it be that the professor... Could that professor actually died after taking a sip from the glass? Order, order, order! On the day of questioning, sat at the same table as the professor had sipped the poison into his drink. The only person who could possibly have done it is Jezebel Barrett, is you.
Objection!
This is outrageous! To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence! Little you imbecile! Have you ever considered the delicate situation a country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only signed a accord of friendship with Great Britain Empire? Because you have the vaguest inkling of that your rash accusations would jeopardize the entire treaty!
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine if one's individual guilt with respect to one's crime. What? The fact this woman's British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. Ah! If I may, I will silence you forever, you disgraceful Jesus. It's you who should be silent. Of course, of course. Dear lady! Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I must have spoken unfairly before. I offer most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. What are you referring to? I described your police as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigate this particular point thoroughly, I believe. But what do I mean? Inspector, whether or not it contained poison or not. He's been bleeding and coughing. I think he's been poisoned already. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten my guiding principle already? I strive for flawless investigations every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, I tested the inside the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? You know the test for toxin available in this country at the present time. I can find a trace of poison of any description in the bottle of contaminated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you serious? The tests were mysteriously carried out by the chief curator himself. No! Blech. I'm very grateful for all you Japanese who successfully established my complete innocence in a horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, my pleasure was all ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls in place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think your cross-examination has clarified everything. As supposed to have observed, a shot from the chest from the gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused is, who by his own admission was holding the weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience caused to you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm glad this matter has been resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further evidence to present the court at this point? The wine glass. Customer. The wine glass was poisoned, not the bottle. I'm sorry, Renosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
Oh, she showed up again. Deus Ex Machina arrived. Please wait. Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on the court proceedings, Your Excellency. Sensei Makoto, Judicial assistant to the defense. Dakota? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. Very, very frightening me. In her carried a small package wrapped with fitting as cloth. Wait, is it gonna go to an... Oh, really? Another continue? Really? Wow, the first case is long in this game. The first case is usually is always the shortest case, and this has been the longest. This is the longest first case out of any Ace Attorney game. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant of the defense. But why the sudden ingress into the quiet courtroom? Ha! A judicial assistant and a woman, no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand that. I only ask for 5 minutes of your time. I have 5 evidence that must hand it over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. The trial's already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. What? Your Excellency! I am most grateful. Exactly who are you? Oh, sorry. There's no time. We simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something? Written in English. It's Jezebel's research. I pushed E too early. It's Jezebel's research? Nani? The Englishwoman's. After the trial was resumed earlier, hurried back to the university. It's when Dr. Wilson Laboratory Medical Facility and borrowed this paper. Ah, yes, that's right. This was a study under the professor, wasn't he? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings to this trial myself. Oh no, of course not. Special characteristics of cocaine effects on human subjects? Interesting. Cocaine? What's that? I've never heard of that word before. Time's up! Mr. demands an immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There's too little time for me to read all the details, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it would be valuable, please cast your eyes over it. This is wonderful, thank you. Here's our research added to the research. Shut up, bitch, I got something to read. Poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. Hunters of the region have used the ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Instant paralysis affects the entire body is subsequent death even in many doses. The above mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as infected by a blowpipe dart. Due to its inability to render the human body paralytic, it believes that the toxin could application in anesthesia. However, the solution is respiratory arrest causes the rather full body paralysis may think found. The patient dies of suffocation. Oh, he's suffocated. Goodbye then. You've had long enough, Counsel. I could not discern our English guest any longer. I asked the prosecution of Prince one last time. Does either side have any further evidence present to the court? I presume not, but... The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Renosuke, we're out of options here. This is really our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense has new evidence. That look. An unyielding stare of true Japan warrior. Well, Miss Barrett? Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Excellency? If you don't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not very long until the tea time. I'd politely ask, forgive me, Miss Barrett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize that the phrase in question, however, I must ask you to treat that as an order. Fuck! I mean, I've said many times before, but Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, Counsel, what is the new evidence you have determined the court's attention? Probably the new evidence I just got given! Whatcha?
Yes!
Miss Jezebel Barrett, we understand that you are studying Dr. Wilson's university, doing research. Research? Sheer coincidence, perhaps, into deadly poison? What? Poison? Poison? Where are you going, this young counsel? A toxin known as Kurka, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What complete and utter nonsense! Kurika, you say? I've never heard of it before. Never heard of it. You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean, you wouldn't have heard of the Kurika before. For one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct. Which means, no matter what test the police would do for toxins, they'd never identify Kurika. Why? Because there's no test available here that can identify the presence of a highly deadly poison. Ah! Nani? Order. Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to the reports visited research students of England, coca has long been used by tribespeople in South America to poison lace their arrows. It would seem that it's reasonably well known for among Europeans, doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The report states that to produce the exact tree grown deep in Amazon jungle. And it was first brought back to Europe to turn into its country by explorers. It claims that the animal shot by arrows laced in Kurika suffer an instant death. Does that sum it up, Miss Barrett?
Objection!
Trumpery! This aspiration's on a trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain. None of the donors would have surely noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. The person being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, the other way around. What do you mean? The other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that the Kurika was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment the toxin enters the body's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, affected victim loses the strength and completely unable to move. Even if they're in total agony, there will be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible! Obviously, if a man lost all his strength in his muscles, he collapsed out on the floor. Both in a chair underneath him to support him, Dr. Wilson did the effect could only largely unnoticed. I don't follow, Kazuma. Just paralysis. I thought poison caused instant death. Full exposure is extremely unpleasant. Poison caused immediate paralysis, as it said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis would be so severe, because the muscles to control the respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the cause of death was suffocation. And while the victim's consciousness is aware and unable to move. That's horrendous! The observer would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. And for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That's the true nature of this deadly Kurika poison. Jesus fucking Christ, that's a terrible way to die. And you're suggesting that this bottle actually contains terrifying poison?
Objection!
This is very convenient, isn't it? The hits are an unknown prison. for which there is no means of testing. Happy tale for the defense. If I may. All these facts, you think it's so clever you get told shut up. There it is. I knew it. It's you who must be taught. Of course, of course. Dear lady! So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You still another honest hard work to announce the results that you discovered them. How appalling. How appalled. What a loathsome act. Miss Barrett? Your feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? The capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man framed for his heinous crime. You really loathsome act, wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this! For one, I refuse to accept it! The idea of a person does not even exist in the Great Empire of Japan is... it's breaking the rules! What's so funny? Oh, excuse me. Your Excellency? Yes, Miss Barrett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well... yes, I don't see, why not? Don't get too big for your boots, you infant little island boys. Sorry? To an English woman such as myself, the whole affair is a fractal comedy. Your little police games, you foolish court romantics, you're laughable, really. But I'm getting too bored of this all now. It's time for the little games to end. You know, chug it. Cheers. Wait, what are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. The silence is deafening. Goodness, what's the matter? You look quite stunned. So no Kyonka? The bottle is clean? Is that what you're saying? You're quite inconsiderate, little boy. But of course, it's a simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so consistently in the grand venture. Most kind. Grr. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. The wine glass. The other wine glass has a poison on it. Yes, Miss Barrett? I'd like to take your excuse now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time. A friendship between our countries. Oh yes, my dear my lady. You're most gratified for all the attention you've given. It doesn't make sense. There had to be poison in that bottle. How so? How did she... She swallowed the whole glass and lived to tell the tale. I don't understand it. Well, I suppose none of us... Nothing else? Fair trade. We'll make for interesting conversation. The next party attend in London. There has to be something poisoned in that bottle. Doesn't there? But there can't have been. Because otherwise she would have nailed over and dead. Think. Come on, Rosuke. You have all the clues now. Bottle of water. Contains no water. Contains no poison. That's what I thought. There's no poison in that bottle. What? Why, Rosuke? Isn't it obvious? If it was poison in the bottle, she'd be dead now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. But sometimes it's indeed a good staining. Until as dark your uniform, day of the world. Oh, that would be a colour that's supposed to be represent. That was a guileless ending to promise. Oh. That. Okay, I wasn't correct. I lost a life. Copper did put control in the bottle, carbonated water. Alright. The defender refuses to change his position. Are you serious?
Objection!
Fool! Are you blind? It's not possible the bottle contains poison. I mean, we just saw. It's very drinking the water from it. That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think. I do believe the complications can be explained. How? Exactly. I need to think through all the times didn't quite add up here, one by one. Feel the answer to the evidence somewhere in the courtroom, somewhere. Has to be. Very well then. So intentionally intends certain claims? Then tell him about asking you to support the assertions with evidence. What explains how the witness is able to consume his deadly poison unscathed? Has to through a wound. You can drink it, it's fine. You can't. Has to be put in by a wound, not by drinking.
Yes!
The answer is this riddle. It's right here in Miss Bird's own research report. That's not a valid explanation. No. After all, we don't speak English. The report is utter gibberish. You're a young scoundrel trying to ridicule ignorancy. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I just read Understand's notes. I concur. The report is better to be considered in the entirety in the court. You have to direct us to the President's Council. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to the riddle? Right. There's a synopsis. Special characteristics. Special characteristics. We've been hearing all about this Conquer poison, and it's left me curious about something. Oh, Cancel? It sounds like these indigenous hunters have been using the poison for years and years to laser ahead the arrows and shoot wherever the prey when they're hunting. So you lead to believe yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were used these laced arrows, does that mean they would trace the poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. Surely the hunters wouldn't eat their prey if they would, because they'd eating poison. Goodness gracious, Ansel. No, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. On the special characteristics, it says this. Poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes. Much of the particular details seem to be a little strange to me though. But it all makes sense when you interpret it, the written is like this. When the content enters the body through an open wound, it's terrifying poison effect. However, when it enters through the body via the mouth, it has no poison effect whatsoever. What? Miss Barrett, you authored the research. You know the cricket's special characteristics. You knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking the water without danger of to yourself. You meddling little rapscallion! Oh, the freak out has begun. Well, Nurske, it turns out you are an evidence better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
Well, all this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I found the other possibility. Nope. So, the little inbred little puppy knows new toy to play with, the fractal head read on the book. I'm afraid my knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboy's logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? Even if your brain has managed to deduce the cocaine was safe to ingest, it seems that likely the effects are neutralizing by the nature of the cost of success. Oh, yes, well, of course. I guess chicken suckers they really are. So, since it wasn't completely harmless and junk, the person wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? Huh? That's right! Goodness gracious. That's a basic science. Science that even a schoolboy would be able to understand. No? She burned it into his skin. Order, order, order! The logic holds. A lady and professor drank the same poison. They would have affected the same way. Are you trying to suggest... Yes! The cocaine poison is completely irrelevant to the case and trial. That's right. Surely a little cockroach like you could understand something so simple like that. What is this? Well, up inside me. I've never felt like this before. It's sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. So intense, almost a rage like. More than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. Anime bullshit, go!
Objection!
I actually said objection. I don't think so, Mrs. Jezebel Brett. How dare you say that with such tone with me? You know very well there's no fatal flaw here. You took long exactly through the body. You and the victim swallowed the same poison. But you're alive, and Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure you don't need to remind you. You must have proved compelling evidence. As we know, this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson lie have been killed by the concrete? I still say it's the burn.
Take that!
Take that! Oh no, that's not correct. I'm sorry, Red Counsel, but the matter which evidence for court does not inspire confidence. Huh? Listen, Ryusuke, there's no need to overthink this. You know the concrete toxic effect only comes into play when poison enters the blood via a wound. Right, so that can only mean that also drank the glass of water. It's had a wound somewhere that let some poison in. Exactly. Oh! The dentist note! He had a hole in his tooth. He had his tooth removed. Miss Barrett, you really poisoned out the drink the same water, Professor. However, there's a fundamental flaw and difference between you and the two diners. Fatal difference? The toxic effect of Kyokei affects poisons into the body through the open wound. So if a person with no injuries drinking would be completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like a wound you might have if you've just been to the dentist, had a tooth extracted, for example. Ah! Oh! Miss Barrett, you've acknowledged many times your testimony already that you are well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. Ah! So that's it. Use the knowledge of orchestrate this. Is she laughing? Is this the freak out? I love the freak outs. I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. The child's courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are all play. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave a vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, I could just slip. What a bitch! Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid that some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! She did it in front of a goddamn judge! What happened? The Englishwoman just smashed the bottle. It's pretty cool. It's a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Could much water if the bottle brought a bottle once. You're wasting your time. This life of carpet of iron feet, gifted from the British Empire. I assure you, it will stick up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You get away with this. But you can't thump the bench and shut like one little boy. I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? Was there really poison in the bottle or not? You. And then let's not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for prosecution? Oh, of course, of course! Referring to this photographic print, I assume, my dear lady. That's right. It's really looking like this photograph as clear as day, isn't it? The professor was sitting with his back to me. Of course, the only person who could have shot him in the front was a little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day using cocaine, and then ordered to frame the rescue Nobu for the crime. You waited until he picked up the pistol you arranged him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor dead in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, you do is turn the professor's chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. Wonderful imagination you have there, young man. Hidden gun, you say? I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well then, terribly sorry, but you didn't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. And you have nothing to support your claims either. President stance remains unchanged. The victim, John Hodge Williams, was killed by the gunshot to the chest. Deliver cold-blooded accused of rescue Nobu. Ugh. It's unbelievable. This can't be happening. We had her, but now she's really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed evidence is so obscene. Renosuke, yes? You've come this far, and now to finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence? Is that true? Is there any clues left for us to use now? It must be. In your head. In my head? Oh, are they going to do the flashback as well? How's the association with the gun? Yes, that's true. But I didn't manage to notice any woman had fallen on her head. So to think back now, try to remember every last detail about the scene of that day. Everything we saw, everything we felt, even the colour, every smell. Wait, what I saw, what I felt. Every colour. There's blood on the steak. Kusma's right. Somewhere the vibrant memory of this very scene in my head. Could there be another clue to the explosion that identified Miss Dr. Wilson's killer? I don't think I ever noticed the blood on the steak. Wait, it's not here! You lied to me, game. I think I might have something. Think back over everything I saw. I think I might have uncovered another clue. Haha, you always had something up your sleeve. Right, not Renosuke? Come on then. Wipe that vibe smile off that Englishwoman's face and show some evidence. Right. I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a while now. Something feels amiss about my memories that day. What could be the key to arriving at the truth all about this? There's something somewhere the clue that shows who it must have been.
Take that!
Inspector Hunter, answer me this. Ah, yes. Where is it? Still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. You said a number of times now you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, perhaps you're looking at anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that took the victim's table that day?
Objection!
Wait a minute! Where are you going with this? Shut up! Where are you going with this, little boy? Just now, memory been troubling me. What memory? Kilton Gain, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the madness. I saw the scene showed a photographic print of my own eyes that day. I saw the one wooden base of the plate the steak served on. It was splattered with some blood. What? Oh really? And what of it? Obviously there must have something when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph. The relative position of everything here. The plate of the steak almost directly behind the victim. If I was supposed to have shot Dr. William in the chest from the front, there's no way blood from the steak could end up behind him. Ah! Yes. For blood to have moved the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have still been opposite the professor when you were... Jezebelette. I beg your pardon?
Objection!
Thank you so much for the raid. That's very ridiculous. Fucking nonsense. This court seriously suspects you believe something accused apparently remembered seeing? This could be the moment of my entire career in this police force has been leading to. Inspector? Oh good, everything's appreciated and thank you so much for it. Inspector, what do you mean? Yes, I took the plate in the interest of preserving evidence in the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all. I didn't care that they called me as crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak and you had been eating, Miss Barrett. I took the steak and the sergeant's been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. We can find out the true nature of whether it was a blood stain in Miss Barrett's plate. We must examine it now! Before she can destroy evidence again in front of a judge. Inspector? The court wishes to examine the plate for the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. She's not here. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't! Quickly, Inspector. The blood, man. Show us the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. Da-da-dun. No blood? No blood anywhere. But no. That's impossible! No, I saw it. I saw of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. The blood was inside of the plate. What unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, that's why always you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Ugh. I couldn't agree more. In this case, this disgraces to the Empire. I believe we may finally reach the conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. And let's pretend the attempt at the courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. It's a swan! I'm waiting for the freak out. I do promise the best yet when they're all over. This story looking to take a real fact and clearly. I'm sorry looking accused witnesses to examine it again. Be my guest. Oh, you fool! You poor fool! You gave it to me in the court record. Let me add magic. Let me do it. Gimme. Haha. There's nothing here. Huh? What in the world is this? I think. Is that the Korean coin? The hallmark from the Hori era, I believe? No. I don't mean, what is it? I mean, what's it doing there? Wait. Did you say he was a Hoboken? Yes, part of the meat juices. It looked like a good condition. Imagine very valuable. This isn't the first time that I've been talking with this Hoboken. How the pills? Yeah, so she swapped the plates. It's extraordinary, I thought. This means it's the same thing, or not? I certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath a thick cut of meat. Even from the Holy era, too, make it really quite valuable. Let me stick my hands inside this evidence and just touch it all. Marinated juices look so well. What are you thinking of eating it? No, but next time I order a steak in the expensive restaurant, this one is for sure. I was going to race to lift up the meat, penny underneath the prize. I think you might have the wrong idea. The stick was okay. Having coin underneath the steak. There's only one logical explanation. Is there anything on the bottom? Wait. Nothing. But this was the wrong steak. This is now. I've lost. No escape. It's not over yet. Not until the final gravel. We've never stopped believing in yourself. To keep looking forward, no matter what. I believe in myself. Really? Maybe I should just at least examine the evidence for myself. I did it already. The evidence requested by the defense has not been shown any problematic anyway. Assuming the further explanation of the evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objections? The bloodstain is going to clinch the trial for me. I can't plate the stake reveal any other clues at all. There's another clue. Your Excellency, please wait. The plated beef is hiding another clue. Another clue will reveal a shocking truth. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to this anymore unnecessary procrastination of this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Barrett, but you must ensure the thorough examination of the evidence. We're not given ruling until a completely satisfied unreasonable doubt has been displayed. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, I saw your position is. Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for defense, you now clearly show the court what you're alluding. Yeah. Got it. No, Counsel. I'm afraid that won't do. What? The answer's right here in front of me. Can this take over? I'm so confused. It was that part of the steak. The cow, obviously. Oh, I see. Instead of presenting, I have to actually activate it. Okay, so I see where I fucked up. I gotta do this first. Da-da-da-da-dun. What is this? I think. I can't skip it. Stop talking, nerds.
Got it!
I've lost 2 lives. Good gracious, that's a Carbian? What on earth? Oh, in Area 1 is that? Miss Barrett, this is in fact a beefsteak. Is this in fact beef ordered at the restaurant? The day of the question it is? Tell me. Why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the steak? Is that me? She's getting more pissed. Ridiculous question. How should I know? Never seen anything like that before in my life. I didn't know about this. There's no part of it. I fail to see the relevance of the coin under the meat. Could simply be a careless mistake by the chef, a moment of distraction. Don't be absurd. I'm supposed to believe that happened accident like in the kitchen. The representative coin happened to be hidden underneath a piece of meat steak. If that turns out to be relevant to the case, we'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. You can only convince it can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel. The representative coin just happened to be hidden underneath a piece of steak. If it turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give it my lawyer job right now. You're not a lawyer. By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invented you anyway. Perhaps our little boy should release who knows irrelevant. Even the one here on trial. At this point, in search of the owner of this coin, you can explain that doing it under the stake. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. The only person it can belong to. The owner of this determined stake found underneath the stake is... Watcha! Obviously, it can only be the antique dealer, owner of the stake, Curio Kazakata. Yeah. Curie? As in Mr. Cucumber or something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. The old man who testified alongside the military sergeant, correct. That is correct, Your Excellency. I remember him saying he was up to something with the Korean coin when it happened. At the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not, for I was too busy on the floor. You busy on the floor? What for? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure! Indeed! Hazari Bakken! My prize coin! Hazari Bakken! Do you mean by tell me? No, please! Why do this turns Kobakan? Be switched between the victim's beefsteak and the plate? That makes nonsense! Which is why I'm asking to bring Kodringer back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer? Bring both witnesses who testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. I can't believe we've come back around to this pair again. But I've a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real segments of this Caribbean, we'll find element of this case. No. Not another. Oh, good. No, it wasn't another continue. Jesus Christ. What is all about? I've been caught up again? I didn't realize it dinner time for my little baby, I know. But my son's belly is empty, I am fisted a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. When a case comes to the courtroom, myself, I become a ruined man of trance. A worthless withered antique. Nothing more to have this to say. This son is set on this receipt shop owner's existence. Be that may, Kozuki-san, time come the light requires your clarification. As far as your memory serves, you ever see the... Oh my god, did you cut the knife in his foot and stab him? Yes, that's it! You stabbed the other guy in the foot with the knife, Jesus Christ! Specific treasure, my rising of bone was misplaced on a fateful day! It can't be! As I thought. Young man! You not made a decision, old fool. Put me back in my misery. Where is my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin switched between the beefsteaks and the plates, soaking in the seasoned meat juices. Sandwich soaking? Seriously? Surely could have fallen there by accident. Which means... somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my heritage treasure? Between a slab of meat and metal plate? Who did such a thing? Such inconceivable thing! excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Please be Inspector Hogan. I mentioned earlier on that day's trial, but I was working undercover as a restaurant in order to investigate another case. Oh yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation. Last is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similar executive thefts targeting restaurant rich clientele. A number of such incidents has been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case quite quickly, especially if the foreign benefits affected. So why was this sent undercover to do, is it? Yes, I took on the job of a waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that the criminal incident was work of a themed thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief working at the restaurant on a regular basis. The place had already seen of the several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole the hidden treasure is also clear. What? What? I think a court would like to hear the defense's view on the matter. Tell us, who's the person who stole the company coin? I actually have no fucking idea. I think John S. Williams was stealing it? He was sitting under his stake. I reckon it's probably this. It's either him or her. She was eating the steak. She could, and she goes to there. I reckon it's probably her.
Take that!
Yes, it seems like likely kind of a common thief. No, come on, Risque, huh? You shocked me, Kemper. Wait, is it a detective? Is it a detective? He's the one that could have approached it unnoticed.
Take that!
Ah, there's no quick saves. I might actually lose. I can't save it. Cheat saves. Okay.
Take that!
It was the obviously it can only have been you. Sergeant Larsonosa. What? How? How dare you? How dare you? Dare you, you monster! Monster? I stole the common coin, did I? I'm the master of the control, am I? You seriously accusing me of a crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me. It was Audio. Audio's the mastermind of. The kid's been stealing shit. Push the blame of crimes onto your own son, you innocent little baby. You're the ones here, Sergeant Nursa. I guess she was the only other person at the table. Ah! Ah! Clippity cloppity clippity cloppity clippity cloppity clippity cloppity clippity cloppity. Ah! Oh, there goes your spine. I'm a Sergeant Lieutenant, sir. Preparing to stand down from the Supreme Court, sir. Ah, the first freak out. I love freakouts. Maybe you know, with extraordinarily low wages, Napoleon Imperial soldiers pay these expected to keep a country safe. I understand the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recent India conflicts remain in place. And I've heard that the lower ranking soldiers to make a living ends, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on my table for my son. That's why you're stealing things at the restaurant. The place have money. Every 3 days I go there and do reconnaissance for our target. I enjoy chomping away at a good steak at the same time. Seems like he's bothering he's not bothered for the knife, which is even more unbelievable. The targeting the day was an old man and his Cambodian. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without terrible about 10 minutes at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was also to leave the steak halfway through devouring when it happened. Bang. Yes, it was when the professor was shot. I knew if the police had conducted a search and they found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. IDO too. So I had the incriminating evidence as fast as I could. On the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping I'd be able to review it again later that day. This is ridiculous. I hope you could carry on with this absurd palleting in your own time. Well, Miss Barrett. Of course, my dear lady, of course! How rude of us! I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentleman please be excused, Your Excellency? Indeed. The thief of the copper coin clearly portrayed by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. Is there sheer nonsense in such an idea astounds me. Nonsense? Is it? Well... And for picking up the steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork? Even nonsense. Pure madness. Very well. Now all the questions have been counting this witness's testimony has been answered. Is there more detaining her? Miss Barrett, you're free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And all a good day. Okay? What's the matter with you? No time for daydreaming? Oh no, something about Miss Barrett's parting words got me thinking. I can't quite work it out exactly. There's something she just jarred me. I feel like there's a contradiction somewhere. Something she didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there. Make your voice heard. Sorry. Think about it later. Do it now. Go now. Say it. Stop talking. Go. Do it. Do it.
Hold it!
There we go. Wait, Miss Barrett. What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time, something I'd like to ask you. As you explained the contradiction in your parting words just a few moments ago, what are you talking about? What contradiction? What new shit and nonsense is this? Well, parting words we're talking about, Miss Mosuke. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense, such an idea astounds me. And by picking a stick up and biting it without using a knife and fork. Beyond nonsense, it's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. That's what you said exposes an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, Counsel. Because I'm out of lives, I'm going to save it just in case I don't have to replay the whole goddamn thing again. So, I'm making safety saves. We need some evidence. Miss Barrett truly is contradicting. Where's the evidence? Prove it. She was facing away from them.
Take that!
I think. Right here. Well, Miss Barrett. What's that do? Nah. I was wrong. I lost.
Take that!
The photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred? It was an interesting plate of steak you can see at the victim's table. The steak Miss Barrett had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. Well, accordingly, Your Excellency, the steak on the victim's table was just before the proctor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. It doesn't show something steak like yours unnatural. Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It should be obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge that we're eating. You see a notice too, Miss Barrett. Notice what, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Barrett claimed no human's going to ever attempt to pick up a steak and bite into it without a knife. Oh wait, does this have like a giant bite mark? Did I miss like the giant bite mark in it? What does it say? Yeah, there's a giant bite marks. It's not cut up into bits. It's bitten into by hand. I didn't notice that. Take a look at this steak. Its particular edges where it's been eaten. As you can see, there's clearly defined barbaric teeth bite marks there. Oh! This is not your steak, bitch. Looks like Miss Barrett realized something. So, if witnesses she claimed wouldn't compete about using a steak and a fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all. What? What's your actual point? Perhaps the life of Miss Barrett was around if hungry, couldn't help it. Oh, she's getting pissed now. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. After the tea with Mr. Just couldn't possibly wait any longer. Of course. You'll be out here in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put the rookie in his place. Just sleep. I've had enough. I'm returning your little petal samurai relic. Oh, of course. Dear lady! What's the matter, Miss Barrett? Have ruffled your feathers? Clearly the witness knows something by that means. She realized the catastrophic implication of the teeth bites and the steaks has forgiven her. Which so, you know going with this? It's not her steak. Mysterious teeth marks. I looked at me written in the country. The reason that blood stain I know saw someone else disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for... Gee! I accept the tense teeth marks are a little unnatural. For your point, Counsel. What exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe the barbaric teeth marks in the steak here provide conclusive evidence to this case. Evidence that will prove beyond a doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? Would not be willing to phrase typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. You really have such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it totally long ago. Actually, what I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been what? Just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean the evidence doesn't exist.
Objection!
That's absurd! The show's been run for several hours already. You're saying the evidence brought forward? It can't be. I can't believe you have it. I don't. There's someone who does have it. Someone in this courtroom. Oh, Mr. Detective, going to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to. You will solve every many case of this case. Very well then. Have your feelings will be the last request of the defendant's trial.
Take that!
What? I have it? Yes. You think you're being withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that at all. Everyone's attention to be focused on this stake with the teeth marks. Yes. Early this afternoon, the sergeant told the court the following. I enjoyed chomping on my steak thoroughly for good steak. Amending the still in the steak on a coin. He slipped it under the steak. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant, could you please confirm something with me? What steak are you putting the coin under? In fact, your own steak. 10 cent! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier and superior in the army, but still. I would never brave enough a foreign gentleman if she'd mind me handling a meal and hide something in it. In other words, the steak detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nagato's meal. But that makes no sense. Plate was taken from the evidence victim's table. Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. Even the just such thing would be unfavorable to British Empire. So then, how do you explain the paradox? Exactly. Sure, you're not going to just the sergeant switched the two steaks over. You did switch the plates. Well, after it happened, the bang. I saw the civilian head murdered in front of my eyes like that. I panicked. I said, I immediately lifted the stake and hid the coin underneath it. Then when the waiter announced there was going to be an policeman, I thought I had it. I decided to investigate the slab of meat that could be my marching orders. So when the kid over here was arrested, taken off with the kitchen, I seized my chance. With a military precision, I switched the stakes with mine the foreign lady's table. What? I never saw you do such a thing. I was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was a do or die, I tell you. So yes, I'd done it. Unbelievable! However, fear not pressings then. What now? I saw on the brass buttons by my uniform. That's all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant! So Sergeant now switched the plates over. It means, looked like Brett's sake, his plate had it on his own table. Yes, that follows. But Hosanna? Yes? Earlier in this trial, you took this. You said you had not only taken Miss Barrett's sake after the but also the sergeant's? That preserves evidence. You had taken both. Ah! Oh, she's starting to credit the mask with her teeth. That's correct. Please report to the court now. The plate that actually the victim's table precise memory was shot. What can they probably tell us now? I mean, what was the slab of meat? Tough meat. So there's bearing on this case. No, you're not wiggling away out this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Sure, you're not that forgetful. Do you remember the reason why the steak pan was promised to prove to you, or not? Nonsense decided that's such a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked for the day was they found something the defendant remembers seeing. He thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure what I saw. Miss Barrett? On the side of the plate was on the table directly behind the bosom. There was a clear spatter of blood from the gunshot wound in Victor's chest. Maybe the defendant memory serves him well. And now we have evidence to prove it. The plate was eating Miss Barrett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you show us the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak that was originally on the victim's table this time, not the incident. Yes, sir! So for keeping you. There's the other steak at the plate. Please feel free to examine it. Straight cut and blood. Bloodstain is clearly visible. Look. Now that makes everything clear. The blood you can see of the side of the plate shows that the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's possible for another to have shot the victim. Ah! It can't be. In fact, the only person who could have shot it wasn't from that front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who this person is. It's right. Miss Joseph Barrett? Is you! Here comes the freak out. Screen shaken. Outdone by a Japanese me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No, no, no. Ah! Did that baby chicken just fall out? Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. As I'm becoming the behaviour of an English gentlewoman, forgive me. Well, Miss Barnett, I think it's time you come to the court actually what happened that day. The truth this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using cocaine. As you summarise, I chose a particular day for every important reason. Professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing no trace of poison would be found in the water. It was a cocaine unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain in the restaurant for as long as I did. I needed to see the professor take the sip of the water, and it would be... Because my character came over and said hello, she was stuck there for a while. I would place the steak had ordered in front of him, and make it appear though he'd been dining alone. Leave immediately, however. Before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Just a trifling matter. The fact that you decided to come over and greet the professor meant that I lost my chances to boy unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of the water and was paralyzed. I'm not sure he was sitting in his chair such that it wouldn't fall. There's no going back at that point, so I considered a plan to spur the moment. Plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on an innocent man. I happen to know the professor always carried a gun. I started to use it the fact that it is my advantage. I had the bottle of cocaine in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed from underneath my skirt. Under your skirt? So I was right. There was two guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee. I got to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. place where you were sure I would notice it. Had everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun, and as I intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, that's when you shot the professor. Why did you have 2 guns on you? Shotgun gun. And then at that point, he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused the commotion, which is the point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed the person was the culprit and apprehended him. Took me to the pantry to adjoin the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor's chair around. Because of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant was shot afterwards when he picked up the gun. So there you have it. That's the entirety of my misendeavors. Your Excellency? Yes? I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. Hope you can forgive me, Nebuchadnezzar-san. And she was a ghost all along. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I assume the prosecution is in agreement. This can't be! Takashik does not lose! Not like this rookie student! You better start getting used to that. Used to tough opposition. Ah! Rescue Navido! Well, yes. This is an insult to my family name. I will never be forgotten. You have become considering your age, Kinsel, but be old to have sudden make your way new. He's on a copy head bomb, isn't he? May the world never forget that. I knew it. A thousand millennia may pass, and still, the Yakuza clan will never measure up to No clan. This trial has been the Supreme Court of Japan, will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our court's judicial system. Despite being summoned to the accused, Yurunosuke Nobunaga present an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. News of evidence deduction unraveling the truth of modern knowledge. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science is rapidly gaining acceptance here. I fear the science will soon bring in new methods to investigations, and a new procedure of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That's what I wait for, young prisoner. Kazuma Otsugi? Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey to discovery, the illustration of the British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything in the wider world you're able to do. And don't forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Renosu? Oh, yes? In you, I sense, how I can put it, an unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry out that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. It is time to deliver the final verdict. Hereby find the defendant, Renosuke Nobunaga. This court is now adjourned. God, that's so long. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defeated myself, made it through the horrendous trial. Renisuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. Ha ha ha! No, it was you. Pleasure watching you work. So you owe me an extra large sticky fire from the place, the university. Don't forget. Good afternoon. Your hard work paid off. Oh, it's a girl. Congratulations. You're both providing innocence. I trust your judicial assistant. You worked hard for a result too, you know. I know. I didn't do any. Thank you so much! If I hadn't been for the research report, Miss Barrett, I don't know what would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. For my father. I simply did doing his asked. An idea for me, the university to investigate. Your father? Ah, yes, of course. Insert father. Speaking of medical jabber. Ah, there you are. Congratulations are in order. No, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it was you thanking you, after all. Your efforts exposed a true criminal to the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, I mentioned him before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to the university, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Makoto studied overseas himself. He was ready to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably that's where you met Dr. Wilson. Exactly. Now, in those days they worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you work together? I've never heard of mentioned this before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it was your turn, Osogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world in science, medicine, and engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening, learn the world's largest melting pot. I will learn all I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Sogi clan. You're not taking the sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. Japanese man katana is so. This blade sure is where I need to go. It cuts down anything in my way. I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what happened to the woman? After she's guilty of murder. Good. Going good. Oh yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but what do you mean? Surely she's not going to face trial herself now. She's a true culprit after all. Good luck, Dragon J. I'm finishing up tonight once this case is over. She will leave Japan in the very near future for Shogi. What? Shinagai? Giselle Barrow does not appear to be in court again in this country. I am certain of that. What? But why not? The matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosoga? It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate. But what about all this consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner. We cannot try this particular foreigner for crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then, who's going to be bringing her to justice? A British consular court sought her case somewhere far away, where our voices cannot be heard. But why consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past. Now we'd have signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, we were right. Then, alongside this not a serious incident of high particular nature, representative governments. They can break the consular court just like that? Alright, certain they can. Yes, she's a student. She doesn't justify the government's making secret arrangements for her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. Miss Barrett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid never for that young student. Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. We're never going to get any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has determined what we had hand over to custody of Miss Barrett. They're obviously taking the case of foreign students committing murder very seriously. It's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. In this time of great turmoil, the new era is held for straight 20th century. One day, I have no doubt that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes. Change coming from where it doesn't finding we're driving it. Well, I think it's enough seriousness for now. Everyone's calls for celebration drink. But Professor! You're right. No time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating on SK. Got a guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, I might suggest La Crevel. Oh yeah, as the head waiter, I should have delighted to provide you for ample food and drinks. You're a detective, Mr. Gunn, aren't you? Don't worry about the details for now. Choose La Crevel. Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course. La Crevel's food is second to none. I shall go and attend the paperwork for Nerdbrenner's release. Oh yes, thank you. So many ghosts. So Jezebel won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, regular SK? I just want to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. Ha 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 ha! I didn't do a thing! You're the lawyer here, weren't you? The defense is all your own work. You're a skilled man You're a skilled made difference, though. One day I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help but thinking maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer. Not me. What? Come on! Be serious! If I helped you today, it was only the very start of the trial. But you have natural talent for it. But being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me! It was tense verbal combat. I never wanted to do that again. I just did what you told me, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean? That's the point. Listen, Remusuke. Do you want the most crucial weapon that any... Okay, there should be something coming up, so I'm going to save it just in case. So the most crucial weapon that any lawyer needs to win? Knowledge of the law? No. An ability to believe. To believe what? The mentor always has to fight for his clients. He has to believe them at all times. Like you believed me when I didn't do it. I'm human just like you. I don't have some sort of superhuman ability, you know, to know the truth. But you have to make the choice about what you believe in and stick to it than offending someone. Sometimes the courtroom can really back you into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to you choose, believe in him then. Well, that's not something anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. I believe you're a client. Believe in your client. Let's look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer who possesses little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, you faced seemingly hopeless situation time and time again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. In the end, you found it through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually. Remusuke. Well, it's a favor. Really. It's something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is it? Ah! You're still here. Oh, Inspector Honosuka. I've arranged some rickshaw for us. Let's go. Thank you. I'll be right there. Goddamn ghosts. Let's pick up conversation again later. what you're celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour in Great Britain, don't forget. Ah yes, that too. My very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mirubaba. Sato-san, acted as my assistant. Inspector Horsanger, who really didn't play much part, but still. Get fucked! It was all because of these people helped support all of these people and managed to get through that. But more importantly, because I hadn't yet managed to ask for a favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Then it's not a little favor, is it? The end of Chapter 1. That's an autosave. So episode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, episode 1 is the tutorial. This is where the game actually starts. So this is where the main story, like the mysteries and stuff, will start coming up. The mysteries will build through all the episodes until ending here. But that is for tomorrow, my young friends. Thank you all so much for being here. I'll be back again tomorrow for some more Greatest Attorney Chronicles. As I now rest my throat because I'm about to die. Good night.